You're awake. That's all right, don't move, don't reach for anything. Whatever woke you, a sound, a dream that ended, the ordinary shallow turning of the night, let it be. You don't need to know what time it is. You don't need to check anything. The phone stays where it is, face down in the dark, and the light stays off, and your eyes stay closed. This is exactly where you want to be. Not fully asleep, not fully awake. This thin, silvery place between the two, most people spend their whole lives passing through it in seconds, twice a night, without ever noticing it's a place at all. But it is. It has a floor and a temperature and a slow tide of its own. And tonight, instead of passing through it, you're going to stay a while and let it carry you somewhere. So stay still, stay heavy, let your body believe you never woke at all. Maybe you found your way here on purpose. Maybe you set a quiet alarm hours ago, planned this little waking, and this is your practice. Or maybe you're here the other way, maybe you typed something into a search bar tonight, half in the dark, the way people do. Why do I keep waking up at 4 a.m? How do I fall back asleep in the middle of the night? Why can't I turn my brain off? How do you have a lucid dream? Maybe some of those words were yours. Either way, you're in the right place. The waking you might be frustrated with is the very thing this practice uses. The door you think you fell out of is the door we're going to walk back through, slowly, with your eyes closed the whole way. One quiet thing before we begin, and then I won't interrupt again. This is a calm, guided practice for rest and for training the mind toward lucid dreaming. It isn't medical advice. If you live with a sleep disorder or a mental health condition that touches your nights, let a professional guide you first, and let this be something you bring to them. And one honest thing too, because you deserve honesty at this hour more than any other. Lucid dreaming, knowing that you're dreaming while you're dreaming, is real. It's been studied in sleep labs for decades. It's a skill, and like any skill, it comes with practice. Many people find it takes 2, 3, 4 weeks of gentle repetition before the first clear moment arrives. Tonight might be that night. It might not. Both are fine. What I can promise you is smaller and better. If you follow this voice, you will rest. You will drift. And every time you practice this, the path gets a little more worn, a little easier for your feet to find in the dark. So there's nothing to win tonight, nothing to perform, only a soft rhythm to keep, and then to lose, and sleep will do the rest. Let's settle the body first. Everything begins there. You're lying however you're lying, and that's fine. If something genuinely aches, make one small, slow adjustment now, one, and then let that be the last deliberate movement you make. From here on, the body is finished, done for the night, off duty. Feel the full length of yourself against the bed. The mattress isn't just holding you, it's holding you up, the way water holds a floating branch. You don't have to do any of the work. Notice the places where the contact is heaviest, the back of the head, sinking into the pillow like a stone into soft sand, the shoulder blades, or the shoulder, wherever the weight has pulled the hips, the heels, or the sides of the feet. Every one of those contact points is a place where you can stop holding on. Let the face go slack. There's almost always something still working in a face at night, a faint knit in the brow, a jaw not quite unclenched, eyes that are closed but still somehow pointed at things. Let the brow smooth like a bedsheet pulled flat. Let the jaw hang loose from its hinges, teeth apart, tongue soft and wide in the mouth. And the eyes, this matters more than it seems, let the eyes float. Not aimed up, not aimed down, not looking at the backs of the eyelids. Just two small weights resting in warm water, drifting wherever they drift. Breathe however you breathe. We're not counting anything tonight. Just notice that the exhale is where the heaviness lives. Every time the breath leaves, a little more of you leaves with it, a little more effort, a little more day. In and down, in and further down, the body getting warmer and heavier and less yours to operate, like a house going dark room by room while one small lamp stays lit in an upstairs window. That lamp is you. That's the whole shape of tonight. The house sleeps, and one small light stays softly on. Now, while the body keeps sinking, let me tell you what we are going to do slowly, so the words themselves can be something to drift on. The technique is old and simple and strange, and it's called finger-induced lucid dreaming, though the name matters far less than the feel of it. It was made for exactly this hour, for a person who has woken briefly in the deep of the night, whose brain is still soaked in sleep, whose body is minutes from going back under. At this hour, the dreaming tide is high. Sleep comes back fast, and it comes back dreaming. The only trick is to let the body go under completely. While one thread of attention, one thin filament of you, stays just barely awake to feel it happen. You can't do that with effort. Effort is loud. Effort wakes the house. So instead, we give the thread something almost impossibly small to hold. Here it is. Choose one hand, whichever one is lying most comfortably, most forgotten. You won't move it into position. Wherever it is right now is its position. On that hand, bring your attention to two fingers side by side, the index and the middle finger. Just find them from the inside. Feel where they rest. Against the sheet, against your leg, against the mattress, warm, curled, heavy. In a little while, not yet, you're going to let those two fingers begin a tiny alternating motion. One finger presses down a whisper, then the other, then the first again, like playing two piano keys very slowly over and over. But here is the entire secret, so listen softly. The movement is made at maybe 5% of your strength, 10 at the very most. So small, so faint, that you honestly cannot tell whether the fingers are moving at all, or whether you're only thinking about them moving. That's not a failure of the technique. That is the technique. That uncertainty, am I moving, or am I imagining moving, is precisely the thread we want. It's small enough that the body ignores it and falls asleep anyway, and it's just enough that a corner of the mind stays lit, holding that one dim lamp, while everything else goes dark. Everything else stays absolutely still. The hand doesn't lift, the wrist doesn't stir, the arm is a fallen branch. Only those two fingertips, trading their almost imaginary weight back and forth, one, then the other, softer than a heartbeat. And then after a while, 20 seconds, 30, we won't be strict about it, there is one quiet question to ask. Not with words exactly, with a small test. Without opening your eyes, without moving anything else, you'll imagine, or barely perform, pinching your nose closed, and then you'll gently try to breathe in through it. If the nose is truly pinched and no air comes, then you're here in your bed, awake enough to notice, and that's fine, you simply return to the fingers and drift on. But if air flows in, if you breathe easily through a pinched nose, then the body you're wearing isn't this one. You've slipped through, you're dreaming, and now you know it. It happens exactly that plainly, which is why this check is the one dreamers trust most. The dream builds you a nose from memory, but it forgets to make it airtight. And if that moment comes, tonight or a week of nights from now, the only instruction that matters is this: stay calm. Nothing has to happen quickly in a dream. Excitement is the one wind that blows the door shut. So you'll move like you move in this bed, slowly, softly. You'll rub your dream hands together and feel the warmth of them. You'll look at your hands. You'll touch the ground, the wall, the fabric of wherever you are, and let the detail pour in through your fingertips. And if the scene thins or grays at the edges, you'll turn gently on the spot, a slow, quiet spin, and let the world redraw itself around you. Calm first, wonder second, everything else after. That's the whole of it. 2 fingers, 1 question, a calm arrival. There's nothing more to learn tonight. From here on, we only practice, and each pass will be softer than the last, and somewhere among them, you'll stop being able to tell practice from dreaming. That's not a problem to watch for. That's the door opening on its own. So let's begin the first pass now. Gently, nothing changes in the body, the house stays dark, only the fingers. Find the 2 fingers again from the inside. Index and middle, feel their weight where they lie, the faint texture under them, sheet or skin or blanket, warmth, heaviness. Now let the first finger press down, barely, a feather lining, so little force that the question begins immediately. Did it move? Don't answer the question. Let it hang there unanswered like a held note. Now the other finger, the same, almost nothing. A thought with the faintest weight to it. And back 1. Then the other. Slow, there's no tempo to keep. Slower than feels useful. If a piano were this quiet, no one in the room would hear it, not even the player. 1 key, the other key, the fingers trading a weight so small it might only be attention itself, moving from fingertip to fingertip. Let the rest of you keep sinking while this goes on. That's the beautiful part, the rhythm doesn't need you. It's like a porch swing already in motion. You're not pushing it anymore, just resting a hand on its chain. The shoulders melt a little more, the breath rolls on its own, long and low. The legs are far away now, somewhere at the bottom of the warm dark, barely yours. And the fingers go on, one then the other, maybe moving, maybe only remembered. You genuinely can't tell now, and that's perfect. Stay right there in the not telling. 1, the other, so soft. Good, now without opening your eyes, without stirring anything else, let the check happen. Softly imagine the pinch at the nose, feel it close, and gently, without force, try to draw a breath in through it. Just notice what happens. No air, the quiet press of a closed door, then you're here in the bed, and nothing is wrong. That's the expected answer at this stage. It will be the answer many times, and every single time, it costs you nothing. You simply let the hand thought dissolve, and the fingers resume their little trade, one and the other. And if even this early air moved, then move slowly, friend, hands together. Warmth, look at them, touch the world, calm as this voice. Either way we go on. The rhythm continues, and you're allowed to sink deeper beneath it. I want to say a word here about heaviness, because sometimes, right around now, the body starts to do its own strange and wonderful things, and I want them to arrive already explained, so nothing surprises you in the dark. As you hover at this depth, the body begins switching off in earnest. Sometimes that feels like sweet, ordinary sinking, but sometimes it comes with odd sensations, a swimming or tipping feeling, like the bed tilting a degree or two, a low hum or deepening of sounds, waves of warmth or faint vibration rolling up through the chest, or a heaviness so complete that it seems, for a moment, you couldn't move even if you tried. The breath can feel shallow or slightly held. There can even be a soft pressure, like a folded blanket resting on the chest. If any of that visits you tonight, none of it is danger. All of it is the body doing exactly what it does every night of your life, entering REM atonia, the natural stillness that keeps a dreaming body safely in its bed. Every night it happens, you're simply, for once, close enough to the surface to feel the mechanism turn. It means you are near, very near, so there is nothing to fight, and fighting is the only mistake available. Keep the attention small and kind. Stay with the faint trade of the fingers or just the breath, and the sensation will do one of two things: fade like weather or open directly into a dream. Both are you winning. Heavy is good, frozen is good, strange is good. It's all just the sound of the door unlocking. So let it all be heavy now, heavier than before. Let the arms be poured sand. Let the back of the head be a stone in the pillow. Somewhere out at the end of one arm, two fingertips are still trading their whisper of weight. One, then the other, and even that is getting softer now, the way a voice gets softer when the person speaking is falling asleep mid-sentence. You don't have to hold the rhythm perfectly. Understand that you're going to lose it tonight over and over, and losing it is part of the design. The attention will wander off into some half-thought, some flicker of imagery, some slow spiral of nothing, and then at some point you'll notice you're back. When that happens, there's no correction to make, no starting over. The fingers are right where you left them. You just lean into the rhythm again, mid-swing, one the other, as if you never left. A person walking a shoreline drifts up and down the sand. They're still walking the shore. And notice, when you come back from one of those wanderings, come back curious. Because each time you surface from a drift, there's a small, honest question worth holding for a second, light as a moth. Where was I just now, and where am I now? Was that the beginning of a dream? Is this the bed I fell asleep in, or a very good copy of it? Could I be dreaming right now? Don't answer from assumption. The whole art is that you never answer from assumption again. Answer with the nose. When the time comes around again, we will come around to it again. There's no hurry at all. It waits as patiently as everything else at this hour. For now, only the fingers. Let's take another slow pass together. Softer than the first, shorter than the first, the way each pass will be all night. Index finger, down barely. Middle finger, down barely. The weight of a snowflake choosing between two keys. One, then the other. The rest of the hand asleep around them. The arm asleep around the hand. The night asleep around the arm, and the swing rocking, small and small and smaller, at the very end of everything. One, the other. If images are starting to drift behind your eyes, scraps of places, faces, little wandering pictures that come from nowhere, let them play. Don't lean toward them, leaning wakes you. Watch them sideways, the way you'd watch rain on a window while thinking of something else. They're the first weather of the dream, blowing in early. The fingers keep their rhythm underneath it all, needing almost nothing from you now. And when you're ready, no sooner the question again, soft as everything else. Eyes closed, body still. The gentle pinch at the nose, real or imagined so faintly it makes no difference, and the small, unforced try at a breath. Closed, then welcome back to the bed, warm and heavy, nothing lost. The rhythm is already going, fall in beside it. Open air where no air should be, then softly, slowly, you know what to do. Warm your hands, look at them. Touch what's near, all the time in the world. And on we drift. The night is long, and we are not in any part of a hurry. Let the breath grow longer on its own. Let the last few rooms of the house go dark, and keep only that one small lamp, that flicker at the fingertips, glowing in the upstairs window. One finger, the other, and down we go together, a little further than before. Down here, the body starts doing its own arithmetic. You may notice the breath has changed without asking you, longer at the bottom, a little pause at the turn, like water finding the level it wanted all along. Let it. You're not breathing anymore, really, you're being breathed. The chest rises because the night raises it. It falls because the night sets it down. And somewhere far above all that quiet machinery, two fingers keep their small appointment, one, the other, so faint now it's mostly memory. Mostly the idea of a movement, wearing the thinnest coat of the real thing. That's exactly right, by the way. If you've been wondering whether you're doing it correctly, whether the movement is too small, too vague, too lost, the answer is that vague and lost is the target. The technique lives in that blur. If you can clearly feel the fingers moving, ease off. If you've completely forgotten them, no harm, pick the thread back up whenever it floats past. The perfect version of this sits on the border where doing and imagining become the same thing. And borders, at this hour, are exactly where dreams get in. Somewhere around now, the body may begin to feel strange in small, harmless ways, heavier than it should be, or oddly light as if the mattress loosened its hold. Hands that feel far away or larger than they are or not quite where you left them. The sense of tipping slowly backward through the bed or floating a finger's width above it. Maybe a soft hum in the ears, a distant pressure, a warmth spreading like ink through cloth. None of this is a problem. All of it is a good sign. These are the sensations of a body being taken offline for the night, gently, system by system, the same thing that happens every single time you fall asleep. You're simply awake enough, this once, to watch it happen. Most people never get to feel this part. You're in the doorway of it now, and the doorway feels odd because it is a doorway. You're half in one room, half in the next. And if at some point the body feels very heavy, pinned, almost like a coat of wet sand, like you couldn't lift an arm if you tried, don't try and don't worry. That heaviness has a name. It's the body's own sleep switch, the natural stillness that comes with dream sleep, and it means you are close, closer than close. It can come with a tightness in the breath, a weight on the chest, a sense of not being able to call out. Understand ahead of time here, while everything is calm, that is not danger. That is your body doing precisely what it does every night, on schedule in the dark, while you're usually not there to notice. Tonight you might notice. If you do, soften. Let the heaviness be a blanket instead of a hold. Keep the attention loose and the breath easy, and either it passes like weather or a dream builds itself around you while you wait, and both of those are wins. Nothing here requires fighting. Nothing in this whole night requires fighting. So let the fingers carry on, wherever they've drifted to. Down at the far end of the arm, at the far end of the body, at the far end of the evening index, middle, two reeds at the edge of a pond, moved by air you can't even feel. The pond doesn't watch the reeds. The pond just holds them, dark and still, while they lean one way and the other all night if they like. Let's not do anything for a while, truly nothing. I'll be quiet more often now, and the quiet is part of the session. It isn't an absence, it's the widest part of the river, where the water barely seems to move, and yet everything is being carried. You don't need to fill the silence with effort. If the finger rhythm is there, let it tick along, small as a pilot light. If it's gone, let it be gone. If a thought walks through, let it walk through. Thoughts at this hour are just staff, closing up, turning things off, moving down the halls with their soft keys. None of them need anything from you. One, the other. And notice, without moving, how the room has changed since you first lay down. Not the real room, the felt one. The felt room gets bigger at night. The walls step back. The ceiling forgets its height. The bed, which was a bed, becomes something more like a raft or a shelf of warm air, or simply the one certain place in a space that has stopped bothering to have edges. That growing vagueness is the mind letting go of the map. It keeps the map all day, where the walls are, where the door is, which way you're facing, and every night right about here it sets the map down. And here is a quiet secret worth keeping. A mind without the map can't tell rooms apart. This bed and a dreamed bed are identical from the inside, which is why we ask, which is why a little later, not yet the nose, the small closed try at a breath, the honest question. It's the only compass that works down here. Everything else lies beautifully. But not yet. For now, the rhythm, if you can find it, and if you can't, the idea of the rhythm, which works nearly as well. One key, the second key, struck by nothing, sounding anyway, somewhere in the dark theater below thought. If sounds have started to arrive, little pops and murmurs, a snatch of music from no radio, a voice saying a word you almost catch, your own name from another room, let them arrive. The sleeping brain warms up its sound stage early, and it tests the speakers with whatever's lying around. None of it means anything yet. None of it needs an answer. Voices at the edge of sleep are like voices from a passing car, already gone, already someone else's conversation. Let every sound be a passing car on a road far from your windows, and let the fingers keep their side of the bargain, small and faithful, one the other. Somewhere in all this, you might surface suddenly, that little lift, that bob to the top, where you're briefly wide awake and sure you've ruined it. You haven't. This is a tide, not a staircase. It comes up and goes down many times on the way out, and every single wave carries you a little further from shore no matter how it feels. If you surface, don't check the time. Don't take inventory. Just find the two fingers, they're still there, right where the arm ends, and set the swing going again, tiny, tiny. And sink with it. The second descent is almost always faster than the first. The body remembers the way down now. It goes like a stone that has already fallen through this water once and knows there's nothing to fear in it. And when the moment feels right again, you'll know, it feels like the question raising its own hand, take the check, slower than ever this time. The hand drifts to the face or only dreams of drifting, the fingers close the nose or only remember closing it, and then the try, the softest attempted breath in the history of breathing. If nothing comes through, good. Sealed. This is the bed, the true one, and you've lost nothing by asking, you've deepened the habit, and the habit is the whole engine. It's the habit that will wake up inside a dream some night, this week or next, all by itself, and ask without you and get the other answer. If instead, now or any time tonight, the breath slides through where no breath should be, then everything goes slow and glad. No leaping. Lucidity is a candle carried across a room. Walk, don't run. Press the palms together and feel them warm each other. Look at the hands. Hands are strange in dreams, and looking at them tells the dream you intend to stay. Touch the nearest surface and let its texture come up into the fingers. And if the scene starts thinning, going pale at the edges like overwashed cloth, turn gently on the spot, a slow spin, arms loose, and let the world regather around you like water closing over a dropped ring. Then do the smallest thing first. Walk, touch a wall, say one quiet word and hear the dream say it with you. The small things buy you the big ones. But all of that keeps. It's stored now, down in the same place the fingers are moving, and it will be there when it's needed without any rehearsing. Let it sink out of sight. The way everything is sinking now, slow flakes of the day coming down through dark water, settling on the soft floor of you, layer on layer, until the water above is perfectly clear and perfectly still. And the rhythm, if it's anywhere, is just a shimmer on that floor. One, the other. Let me tell you what the rest of the night looks like, so that no part of it can surprise you, and then I'll mostly leave you to it. You'll go down through this softness into sleep, real sleep, the whole way down, and that is not a failure of the technique, that is the technique. FILD isn't a wall against sleep. It's a small thing you carry into sleep, the way you'd carry a pebble in your pocket into another country. Most of the night, the pocket does the carrying. You'll rise near the surface every hour and a half or so, the way every sleeper does, and at those risings, half awake, turned over, already sinking again, the pebble is right there. 2 fingers, a few faint alternations. Maybe the question, maybe not. 10 seconds of practice at the border, then gone again. Those border moments are worth more than everything we've done while fully awake. They're the technique meeting the dream on the dream's own doorstep. You don't have to arrange them or wait up for them. They're already scheduled. The night will bring you to the doorstep over and over before morning, and now you know what to do when it does. Almost nothing, softly, one, the other, could I be dreaming and down. And if the whole night passes and you remember none of it, no lucid moment, no clear dream, nothing but morning, nothing is lost. Not one thing. The rehearsal happened, the pathways were walked, and this is a skill exactly like a language, learned in sessions you mostly won't remember, arriving all at once on a day you don't expect. Many people find it takes a few weeks of nights like this one. Every one of those nights was also, in the meantime, a night of deep, early morning rest, which is its own full payment. There is no version of tonight where you lose. So nothing left to hold, nothing left to hear that matters more than sleep. From here the words will come further and further apart, like streetlights thinning at the edge of a town, and between them there's only the dark road, going where it goes, and you on it, carried, not walking. One finger, the other, lighter than the dark it moves in. The bed holds everything now. You don't have to hold any of it. Somewhere in you, a door is being propped open just a hand's width, and that's the whole practice. You can sleep completely. The door stays open on its own. If pictures come, they know the way, rooms you've never seen, faces made of nothing, roads with weather on them. They come toward you now, not you toward them. Stay soft in the middle of it. You are the still place they're arriving at. And if in some drifting minute you find yourself standing somewhere, anywhere, with no memory of walking there, that's the question's moment. Not fear, not excitement, just the nose, the little breath, the quiet checking of the world seems. Dreams begin in the middle. If you're in a middle you can't explain, ask. One, the other, the swing so small now, it may only be the memory of tonight, moving in a sleeping hand. Let the last listening go. You don't need to follow this voice anymore. It isn't leading anywhere except further down, and you already know the way down. The voice will be here, off at the edge, like a light left on in another building. Not for reading by, just so the dark has a shape. Heavy and warm and held. The fingers belong to the night now. The night is very good with small things. It keeps every one of them. If you wake later, at some silent, blue hour, stay just as you are, eyes closed. Don't reach for the clock. The clock has nothing for you. That waking is the door swinging open again, one more scheduled visit to the border, and the pebble is in your pocket. 2 fingers, a few soft swings, the question if it drifts by, then let go and fall back through. Falls like that, the second falls, the third are the softest of the whole night. The bed remembers you. The warmth is still where you left it. You go back down, like something returning to its own depths. And on and down, no floor to reach. One, the other. Water settling, lights thinning, the town of you nearly asleep now, street by street, and only the small watchman making his round, 2 steps, forever, 1, the other, past the dark houses of the hands, along the quiet lane of the arm, under a sky of blankets, in no hurry, expecting nothing, ready for anything. You're allowed to fall completely now. The practice continues without you. That was the design all along, to build a thing small enough to run on its own, down there, in the warm dark, while you're gone. If a dream begins, step into it quietly, it's yours. And if this is already a dream, how gently you'd want to find that out. No sudden moves, just the nose, the breath, the smile in the dark. The night goes on ahead of you, opening rooms. Softer now. One. The other. Sleep is not something you do. It's something you stop preventing, and you stopped a while ago, so it's already happening. All you have to do is not interrupt. And you couldn't if you tried. You're too far down, too warm, too carried. Somewhere a hand you used to be in charge of makes the smallest motion in the world, or doesn't. And either way, it counts. Either way, the door stays propped. Either way, the dream knows where to find you. Down and down, the slow snow of the mind settling over everything, rounding every edge, hushing every corner, and under the snow, one small green thing still awake, no bigger than an intention. That's enough. That has always been enough. The rhythm continues on its own now. You can let it. You can let everything. And the night, wide, patient, and very old, takes over the watch from here, the way it has taken it over for everyone who has ever fallen asleep. In every bed there has ever been, and it holds the small rhythm for you, one the other, like a lantern it agreed to carry, and it walks on with it, slow and sure, into the long fields of the dark, where the dreams are already standing at their gates, looking your way. Somewhere far off, farther than hearing, more like remembering, a train is crossing the dark country. You can't hear it. You only know the kind of sound it would make. Two soft knocks on the rail, over and over, mile after mile, one the other, and the whole sleeping land lets it pass because it asks for nothing. It only moves. That's all the fingers are doing now, down there where you left them. Two soft knocks on a rail you can't see. A motion so small it might be the memory of motion. The train doesn't check whether it's moving. It just carries on through the dark, past fields it will never look at, and its rhythm is the most honest thing awake for 100 miles. You are a passenger on it now if you want to be, leaning into the corner of the seat, coat for a pillow, the window black and cool beside your face, and nothing in it but the occasional dim shape of something enormous and calm, a hill maybe, a stand of trees, the dark reading over your shoulder, and under everything faithfully the rail's small heartbeat, one the other. You don't need to know where the train is going. Trains at night always know. That's what makes them so easy to sleep on. Someone else is doing the knowing. All you were ever asked to hold was the rhythm, and even that has been taken from your hands and set into the wheels, into the rail, into the long iron patience of the lines, so your hands are free now, free and heavy. Two gloves someone left on the seat, warm from being worn all day. Done. If, while you ride, the window ever shows you something impossible, a sea where no sea should be, a station made of morning, you'll know what to do. No lurch, no grab. Just the old, quiet courtesy, the nose pinched soft as picking up a moth, the small test breath. And if the air slides through anyway, cool and easy, like breathing through the idea of a nose, then you're already dreaming and the train has done its work, and you can step off anywhere you like. Calmly, hands first. Rub them together on the platform of it. Feel them warm, look at them. They're the ticket, and the ticket is always in order. And if the air doesn't come, If the fingers hold and the breath waits, then the window was just a window and the seat is just this bed, and nothing is lost because the train is still moving, one, the other, and every mile of track is a mile closer. Softer, the wheels barely touching now. There's a kind of dark that only exists behind closed eyes at this hour. It isn't black. Black is a color, and this is before color. It moves the way deep water is said to move, not in waves, in slow agreements. Watch it the way you'd watch weather in another valley, not your weather, just weather. Sometimes a paleness drifts across it, or a shape that almost becomes a shape and then thinks better of it. Let it think better of it. You're not buying anything. You're only browsing the dark, hands in your pockets, in no hurry at all. And it's exactly that not buying, that lovely indifference, that makes the dark start setting out its better things. It's shy, the beginning of dreaming. It won't perform for a stare, but for a passenger gazing idly out a black window, for someone half turned away, it will begin, in its own time, to put up its scenery. You don't have to watch for it. That's the whole art. If a picture forms, it forms. If it dissolves, the night has thousands more. You are not invested. You're only riding through. One, the other, faint as the second hand of a watch in another room. And your body, notice, without checking, has gone the way bodies go at this hour. Deep, settled, poured into the mattress and accepted by it. There may come a moment, tonight or some night, when it feels more than heavy, when it feels held. When the blankets seem to press back, or the limbs feel wrapped, or the whole frame feels like it's been gently locked for the night, the way a shopkeeper locks a door not to trap anything, just because the day is over. If that comes, be glad in a small, quiet way. That's only the body's own sleep arriving on schedule, the ordinary stillness it wears every night so your dreams can run without you running with them. It always feels strange the one time you're awake enough to notice it. It is not a wall. It's a door doing exactly what doors do at night. Don't push it. Don't test it. Lean your attention against it soft as a cat leans, and either it will pass like a tide, or it will open the other way, inward, into the dream that's been assembling on the far side. Both are good. Both mean you were exactly close enough. Nothing in this night is against you. Everything here is furniture in your own house. And down, the train passing through a long valley now, and the valley full of sleep like mist. Let me tell you what the fingers have become since you stopped supervising them. They've become reeds. 2 reeds at the edge of a slow river, standing in the shallows where the current is barely a rumor. And the water, the good, dark, patient water of this hour, moves them the smallest amount, first one, then the other, not because they try, but because that's what current does to reeds. No reed has ever worked at swaying. It stands where it grew and lets the river make the motion, and the river never once has forgotten. So if you can't tell anymore whether the fingers are moving, and you can't, you haven't been able to for a long while, that's not the practice failing. That's the practice finished. The river took it. The reeds sway or they don't, down in the dark shallows at the end of your arm, and the current runs on either way all night, toward whatever sea the night keeps. You may lose the fingers entirely now. Many people do this far down. The hand goes vague, then generous, then gone, dissolved into the warm map of the bed. Let it go. What remains isn't the hand. What remains is the swaying, a rhythm with no address. One, the other, it can live anywhere now, in the breath, in the pulse, in the tick of the cooling wall. It has moved out of the body and into the night itself, and things that live in the night don't get tired. You're allowed to fall completely. You have been for a long time. This is just the night, saying it again, because it likes the sound. Somewhere in you there's a loom. There always was, the thing that weaves the dreams. All day it stands idle in its shed while you go around living, and at this hour it starts up on its own, the way old machines do, the way they hum before they work. You've felt it your whole life without a name for it, that faint sense, on the edge of sleep, of something being made, thread over thread. The shuttle going side to side in the dark, one way, the other. You hear it now, maybe, at the very floor of things, not a sound, a diligence. It's taking the day apart for materials, a color you saw and didn't note. Half a sentence somebody said, the particular gray of the afternoon sky. It wastes nothing, the loom. Everything you dropped, it kept. And here is the secret you can carry into the cloth. The weaver doesn't mind being watched, so long as you watch like family. Sit in the corner of that shed, in your own deep dark, and let it work. Don't name the pattern before it's done. That's the one rude thing, the one thing that stops the shuttle. Just watch the rows lay down. And when enough rows have laid down that the cloth starts to hold pictures, a road, a room, a face made of thread, you can, without standing up, without any fuss, ask the small question into the shed's warm air, is this woven, am I inside the cloth already? And pinch the nose, gentle as pinching a fold of fabric, and breathe. If the breath comes through, you're in the weave, and the weave is yours. Touch it, run your palm along it, rub your hands until they're warm with it. The cloth holds better under warm hands, every weaver knows that. And if the scene starts thinning at the edges, going loose, going gauzy, don't clutch. Turn gently in place, one slow spin, like turning to see the whole room, and let the loom lay new rows around you. It will. It's been doing this longer than you've been alive. And if the breath doesn't come, if the night says not yet, in its kind, unbothered way, then the shuttle just keeps going one way, the other. And you keep sitting in the warm corner, which was never a bad place to be, and the cloth grows either way. It grows either way. Softer now, the shed light low. Under the field behind the shed, since we're here, since it's night everywhere, the roots are doing their slow work too. Nobody thanks them. Nobody watches. All winter and all night they go on with it, an inch a season, holding the dark ground together, drinking in the dark, growing down while everything above them dreams of growing up. That's you now. The surface of you, the face, the day, the name lying fallow up there in the quiet air, and the deep of you rooting. Going down into the warm black soil of sleep, fiber by fiber, without one single decision. You couldn't stop it if you tried, and trying is the only thing you've forgotten how to do. There is nothing up at the surface that needs you. The field is closed. The gate is tied. Even the crows of worry have gone off to wherever crows spend the night, and the sky over the field is doing that enormous, slow, star-keeping thing it does, asking no one's help. Down where the roots go, where the water tables are, where it is warm the way cellars are warm all year, no matter the weather upstairs. One, the other, so far away now it might be someone else's rhythm, someone 2 fields over, and that still counts. Borrowed rhythm counts. If a dream begins, and this deep, they begin the way springs begin, up out of the ground without announcement, you don't need to do anything ceremonial. Just notice you're somewhere. That's the sign, the only sign, suddenly somewhere, a hallway you half know, a shoreline out of an old summer, weather. If you find yourself somewhere, then finding is proof you didn't walk there, you were woven there, and you can smile inside the dream's own air and say quietly, without breaking anything, I know what this is. Then hands, always hands, look at them like you've just been given them. Rub them until the dream feels the warmth and firms up around it. Touch the nearest thing, the wall, the sand, the railing, the way you'd touch something in a shop marked fragile. The dream likes to be touched that way. It stays for people who handle it gently. And keep your gladness small, fold it up and put it away for morning. In the dream, gladness is loud, and loud wakes the sleeper. You know this now, you've always known it. Move through it like you move through this bed, slow, warm, entitled to be there in no hurry at all. The dream has hours, you have hours. The night is nowhere near done pouring. And if instead you surface, if you find yourself back here in the plain dark bed with the plain dark ceiling, that's not a failure, that's a lap. Swimmers touch the wall and turn. You touch the waking wall and turn and push off soft. 2 fingers, if you can find them, a few reed sways, the little question left floating like a leaf on the water behind you. And back down the lane you go, and the second lap is always quieter than the first, and the water is already warm from your being in it. No one is counting laps. There is no one here but the night, and the night can't count. It can only hold. Down. The breath now, look how it's changed while we weren't discussing it. Long and low and tidal, the breath of someone 3 doors into sleep already. If you tried to breathe like this on purpose, you couldn't. It only comes when the body is sure it's alone. So the body thinks you've gone. Good, let it think that. Speak none of this aloud inside yourself. We're just 2 lights left on low in a sleeping house, you and this voice, and I'm turning mine down too, wick by wick, so the dark can finish its arriving. The ears will stay open a while, ears are the last lamps out, and that's fine. Let them hold this voice loosely, the way you'd hold string for someone wrapping a parcel. You're not listening anymore, you're just letting the sound rest on you. Sound can rest on a sleeping person. It does no harm. It becomes part of the blanket. One, the other, or maybe it's just the heart now doing its own 2-step. The oldest alternation there is, the one you've carried since before you had hands at all. That one counts too, everything that alternates counts. The whole night is made of gentle either-ors, swinging slow, tick and tock, ebb and flow, one and the other, and you are strung among them like a hammock, held at both ends, swaying the smallest amount, going nowhere, and nowhere is the destination, and you're nearly there. Far down the line, the train enters the long tunnel that runs under the mountains of the small hours. Every night train has one, the stretch where even the windows give up their shapes and the dark outside and the dark inside agree to be the same dark. Passengers sleep best in the tunnel. Something about being held on all sides. Something about the sound going soft and round. You're in it now. Nothing to see, nothing to do, nothing owed. The rails 2 knocks gone velvet under the mountain's weight, one, the other. And miles of held stone overhead, all of it standing quiet on your behalf, the way mountains have stood over sleepers since sleepers began. On the far side of the tunnel, you don't need to know this, but it's a nice thing to fall asleep on. The line runs out along the coast of the dream country itself. First light of it like a tide line at the bottom of the window. Stations with names you'll only remember as feelings. You may wake up there without any border at all, already walking, already somewhere, salt in the air of it, and you'll know what somewhere means, and you'll look at your hands, and the hands will be warm. Or you'll sleep straight through to plain morning, rocked the whole way, and wake in your own bed with the coat of the night folded over you, rested in the deep way, the carried way, and that is not the lesser ending. There is no lesser ending. Every line out of this station arrives. A softer, slower. The reeds in the shallows, barely now, the river hardly bothering them, just enough to say still here, still here. The loom in its shed, laying its rows in the dark, needing no light to work by. The roots, an inch farther down than they were when we started, drinking the black warm water of the deepest part of the night. And you spread out through all of it now, thin and easy as mist over the FILD, No edges left to speak of, no name that would answer if called, just warmth and weight, and the small two-beat thing turning over somewhere in the middle distance, faithful as anything ever built. A one is the other. If a somewhere opens, step in like it's your own kitchen at night, no lights needed. You know where everything is. If nothing opens, fall anyway. Falling was always the better half of flying. The tunnel goes on, smooth and black and kind. The mountain holds. The rail murmurs its two soft words in a language only wheels and fingers speak. And the night, which has carried heavier things than you through longer dark than this, shifts you gently to its other arm and walks on. Somewhere along the way, you don't have to notice when it has begun to snow. Not the busy kind, the other kind. The kind that starts so far up it has all night to fall, and knows it, and takes its time, each flake tacking down through the dark in little switchbacks, leaning one way, then the other way, one way, then the other, as if the whole sky had learned the small two-beat thing from your two fingers and decided it was a good idea. Millions of them now, drifting in that same soft alternation, and not one of them in a hurry, and not one of them making a sound you could point to, only the sum of them, which is a hush laid over everything, a hush with actual weight, the way a hand on a shoulder has weight. It's falling on a harbor town, a small one far north of anywhere you have to be. Stone houses stacked along a curve of black water, every roof going white in slow motion, every window dark except a few late amber squares scattered up the hillside, and each one of those is only a lamp left on for no one, warming an empty room, the way lamps do in towns where people trust the night. And the snow keeps up its little lean one way, the other, all the way down, past the chimneys, past the eaves, down to the harbor water where each flake lands and becomes water so gently that even the water doesn't notice the moment it happens. That's the kind of arriving you're doing now. That's all falling asleep is, in the end landing on something that was already made of you. You don't have to watch the snow, it watches itself. The fingers, if they're even still going, and it doesn't matter if they have handed their rhythm off to the weather now, the way a tune gets handed from one instrument to another without anyone deciding it. Whatever is still moving in you is smaller than a snowflake's lean. Whatever is still awake in you is smaller than that. Out at the mouth of the harbor there's a lighthouse. There would be, old, whitewashed, a little salt-stained, standing on its rock the way patient things stand. And its lamp is turning, has been turning all night, will turn all night, and this is the part worth drifting on. The keeper is asleep. Fast asleep, 2 floors down, will blanket to the chin, and the light doesn't mind at all. The light was built to work while its person sleeps. It goes around and around on its bath of quiet oil, and the beam swings out across the snow and the water, light, dark, and every turn of it says the same 2 things the fingers were saying, the same 2 things the whole night has been saying in one voice after another, this side, that side here, gone one, the other. Nobody is steering it, nothing needs you. The most important lamp for 40 miles is being tended by no one, perfectly, and the sea is fine, and the snow comes down through the beam in bright, slow handfuls, and then falls back into the dark on the far side of it, and everything is exactly as watched over as it needs to be. You could be the keeper if you wanted a place to set yourself down. Asleep in the round stone room with the walls a meter thick, the storm shutters latched, the stairs spiraling up above you into the machinery's soft turning, Clockwork somewhere overhead, going about its slow business like a heart that outsourced itself. And under all of it, you, warm, heavy, off-duty in the deepest sense there is. Off-duty because the duty is handled. Off-duty because the light literally cannot fail while you rest. That's how they built it. That's how this was built too. The rhythm you started an hour ago, 2 hours, however long it's been, it runs on its own bath of quiet oil now. You wound it, and it turns, and you're allowed, you are so completely allowed, to go down the spiral stairs of yourself and sleep at the bottom. And if somewhere in that going down, a picture arrives, a corridor, a shoreline, a room you almost recognize, a person standing in soft focus at the edge of things, let it be like the beam crossing the snow. Watch it swing past. Don't grab the light. Pictures that come on their own at this hour in this heaviness are the harbor lights of the dream country. They mean land is close. You don't row toward harbor lights. You let the tide do it. The tide is doing it. And if one of those pictures opens wide enough to have a floor, step onto the floor. Quietly, the way you'd step into a room where someone is sleeping, because someone is. You are. Step in and stand there and let it be true around you. And somewhere in you, without any alarm in it at all, the small old question can surface like a fish rising. Is this the dream side or the waking side? And you can ask it the way the keeper taps the barometer, one knuckle, just checking, no stakes. You could even, without moving a single true muscle, try the oldest check there is, close the nose and see if the breath still comes. And if air flows through a closed nose, well then you're standing in it, aren't you? Then the harbor lights were real. And you already know what to do because it's been folded into you all night like a note in a pocket. Nothing sudden. Warm the hands against each other. Look at them. Hands are honest in dreams. They hold still for you if you're calm with them. Touch a wall, a railing, the cold iron of the lamp room door. Press your palm flat to something and let the dream prove its texture to you. And if the edges start to thin, turn gently on the spot like the light itself turns, one slow revolution, and the scene will pour back in the way water fills a footprint. But that's for then. That's the note in the pocket. For now there is only the snow and the turning and the down going. Lower now, below the town, below the harbor's black glass, down where the pilings stand in their rows like a drowned orchard, furred with soft green weed that moves the way weed moves. You know the way by now, over and back, over and back. Nothing down here has ever moved in any other rhythm. The tide breathes through the pilings twice a day, and the weed answers all night, unhurried, uncounted. Muscles holding on with their patient threads. A crab sidling half a step and thinking better of it. Somewhere out past the harbor wall, in the real deep, bigger and slower things are hanging in the dark mid-water, asleep the way sea things sleep, half a brain at a time, one lamp banked, the other dimmed, trading watches without ever waking, and even the enormous and ancient, are just doing the two-beat, just swapping one for the other, on a rhythm so long it takes a night to hear a single stroke of it. Everything that rests, rests in halves and swaps. Everything that swaps, rocks. Everything that rocks, sleeps. You're in the best attended nursery there is, the whole cold, beautiful machinery of the world going tick and tock around you at every scale from snowflake to sea, and every single one of those pendulums is on your side. Heavier now, notice how heavy and how good the heavy is. If the body has gone strange with it, if it feels poured or pinned, or so settled it seems it wouldn't answer you, that's not a wall, that's a door. That's the body's own night latch sliding home, the sensible old bolt it throws every night of your life so you can travel safely. It only ever feels like anything when you're awake enough to catch it happening, which means you're doing this exactly right, hovering where the travelers hover. Nothing to fight. Nothing to fix. Leave the latch alone. and let the house of you go dark room by room. Up the hill above the harbor, behind the last row of houses, there's a chapel with no service in it, just stone holding the shape of quiet, the way stone does. And beside it a small field of leaning markers under the snow, and this is not a sad thing to drift past. I promise you, it's the calmest acre in town. Every name up there finished its worrying long ago. The snow lands on the stones the same way it lands on the roofs of the living, without checking, without sorting, and the wind comes up off the water and combs through the field and finds nothing to disturb. Generations of sleepers, and the town at the bottom of the hill full of one more night's worth, and you among them, all of you under the same slow white coming down. Sleep is just the nightly rehearsal of being that peaceful, and the ones on the hill would tell you, if telling were still their business, that there was never anything to be afraid of in the dark, that the dark is the oldest room in the house, that they wish they'd rested easier back when resting was theirs to do. So rest easier, on their advice. Tonight's portion of peace is yours and it's paid for, and the snow is the receipt, falling in its little switchbacks, one way, the other, covering the town's footprints, covering the day's decisions, covering everything that happened and everything that didn't, an inch of clean quiet over all of it by morning. In the chandlery down by the waterfront, closed, dark, smelling of tar and hemp even in its sleep, coils of new rope sit stacked like patience itself. Rope is time, if you think about it slowly enough, hours twisted into holding. And in the loft above the shop, the sailmaker's needles are stuck in their felt, resting between stitches that won't resume till who knows when, and none of the unfinished work in that room is uneasy about being unfinished. That's a thing objects know that people forget. Unfinished is a resting state. The sail half sewn is not failing to be a sail. It's a sail asleep. You, half sewn into the night, are not failing to be anything. Whatever you were partway through, the day left it exactly where it can be found again, and the finding is tomorrow's errand, not yours. And if you're partway through even this, even the drifting itself, if some corner of you swam back up just now and found words happening and wondered whether it had lost the thread, there was never a thread to lose. This isn't a rope you're holding, it's one that's holding you. Wander back down whenever you like. The fingers can give one small, half-imagined stir if they want to weigh in one, the other, like touching the banister at the top of a dark staircase, not to grip it, just to know where it is. And then let go again, because the stairs go only one direction at this hour, and it's the good direction. The snow thickens, in the softest sense of the word. Flakes the size of moth wings now, coming down in that hypnotist's crowd of lanes and pauses, and the town under it is losing its edges the way you're losing yours, roof into sky, wall into hill, road into field, one white agreement spreading over the shapes of things. By the deep of the night, there will be no town to speak of, only the idea of a town dreaming under a blanket, its amber windows breathing out their small warmths. And that is what you are now too. The idea of you, warm under white, edges optional. Far off so far it's more memory than sound, a boy bell moves with the swell, not rung, moved. The sea lifts it and the sea sets it down, and the bell says one round soft syllable each time, spaced the way stars are spaced. There's no message in it. It's just the water, counting nothing in no order forever. Some sounds exist only to prove the silence around them is real. Let each far note land on you and roll off like the snow does, and in the long spaces between, sink another floor. If a dream is assembling somewhere in that space, and this is the hour they assemble, out of harbor lights and bell notes and the white hush, The night's chandlery building you a boat out of whatever's in the loft. You don't need to supervise the work. It knows your size. When it's ready, there won't be a launching, no moment to catch. You'll simply notice sometime that you're already aboard, already moving on dark, easy water, and the town is a string of lights behind you, and that noticing, soft, sure, unexcited, is the whole art. Aboard and awake to being aboard. Then hands. Then touch the gunwale's wet wood. Then wherever the water wants to take the two of you. And if there's no boat tonight, the harbor stays. The snow stays. Falling with nowhere to be was the whole lesson, and you've learned it lying down. Softer now, slower now. The keeper turns over in his thick-walled room, and the light above him doesn't miss a beat. Light, dark. The weed in the black water leans and leans back. The bell says it's one word and takes a minute of silence and doesn't say it again until saying it means nothing at all. And the snow has stopped being weather and become the way things are, down and down through the beam, one lean, then the other, 10,000 small agreements per second that falling is fine, that landing is gentle, that everything which lets go arrives. You're mostly landed. Anyone watching, and no one has to watch, the lamp has it covered, would say you already look like the town looks. Soft-edged, white-roofed, one warm window left on somewhere in the middle of you, and even that one dimming, not because anything is running out, but because nothing more needs lighting. Let the window go amber, then ember, then just the memory of ambers. If the fingers still hold their little alternation somewhere below thought, let them keep it as a keepsake, not a task. The way a sleeping child keeps hold of a toy, not gripping, just accompanied. One, the other. And down at the bottom of the harbor of you, where the pilings stand and the weed keeps time, the tide turns without any fuss at all. The way it always turns, the way it turned before there were towns, the way it will turn after, and begins, with its whole dark patient strength, to carry things out toward the open water where the dreams ride at anchor, hulls full of morning, lanterns hooded, waiting only for the weight of one more sleeper to settle into the sterns. The snow keeps falling, the light keeps turning, the bell, when it can be bothered, says its word. And the night lanes one way, and then the other, with you folded into the middle of the lane, going where leaning goes. And the land behind the night doesn't end at the water's edge. Turn away from all of it now, you don't have to move to turn, the attention turns by itself, the way a sleeper rolls without waking, and let the words carry you inland, up a narrow lane between black hedges, where the dark is a different dark, closer, woollier smelling of cold earth instead of salt. You don't have to walk it. The lane walks itself. Lanes like this have been carrying tired people home for 1,000 years, and they know the way better than feet do. Fields open on either side, and you can't see them, and that's fine, you can feel them, the way you feel a big quiet room with your skin. Acres of ground doing absolutely nothing magnificently, ground that worked all summer and is now permitted by everything to stop. The whole countryside is lying down tonight. You're in good company. You are one more field. Somewhere off the lane there's an orchard. Old trees, planted by someone whose name the trees never learned, standing in their loose crooked rows with their arms full of nothing. This is their sleeping season, and look how they do it, no technique, no trying. In autumn, the tree simply calls everything home. All the green ambition of the leaves, all the sugar it spent the summer making, drawn down out of the branches, down the trunk, down below the frost line into the roots, where it waits in the warm dark like money in a mattress. The tree doesn't fight the cold. It just stops living in its upper rooms for a while and moves downstairs, and you've been doing the same thing all night without being told, calling yourself home out of your branches. Out of the hands, which lie there now like gloves someone stepped out of the face, which has forgotten every expression it owns, down the trunk of you below the frost line of thinking, into the root cellar where the warm, sweet concentrate of you keeps perfectly all season, needing nothing. If those two fingers still carry their faint old alternation somewhere, and they may, habits are loyal like that, let it be the smallest thing in the orchard now. Two twigs at the very end of a branch, touched by air that can hardly be called moving. One stirs, then the other, so little that not even the tree would testify to it. It asks nothing of you. It's just the orchard's way of proving the night is gentle, that something can move that small and nothing anywhere objects. At the edge of the orchard, up on a bench of planks where the ground stays dry, there are hives. White boxes, quiet as furniture, and you'd think them empty if you didn't know. But inside each one, deep at the center of the stacked frames, thousands of sleepers are wintering the only way they know, gathered into one soft ball around their warm middle, wings folded, taking turns. The ones on the outside drift slowly inward toward the heat. The warm ones rotate slowly out. All winter long, this unhurried carousel, nobody in charge of it, everybody carried by it. And the whole cluster hums, one low note, below the reach of ordinary listening, steady as a pilot light. Not a working hum, a keeping hum. The sound of a thing maintaining its own warmth in the middle of the cold, with no effort left over for anything else. You have a cluster like that. Somewhere in the middle of all this heaviness you've built tonight, there's a small warm center still faintly humming, the thread of you that stays lit while everything around it sleeps. It doesn't need to be big. In the hive, the warm center is a fraction of the whole, and it's enough. The whole survives by it. So let 99 parts of you be the outer bees, wings folded, drifting slowly inward through the dark toward that warmth, and let one small part keep the hum, not watching, not working, just warm and theirs. And stored all around that center, in the comms, in the dark, is the strangest treasure, honey, which is nothing but summer kept. Whole afternoons of light, carried home a drop at a time, thickened and sealed and set aside against exactly a night like this. The hive sleeps surrounded by its own remembered sunshine, and so do you. Every dream you've ever had is comb. All those years of nights, sealed away in you, sweet and dense and dark gold, and at this hour, this deep, slack 5 o'clock hour, the seals soften. The wax gives. Somewhere in you a cell of old summer is opening, and what pours out, slow as it pours, is the beginning of a dream. You don't have to reach for it. Reaching is the one thing the hum can't survive. Just stay near your warm center and let the sweetness find its own way out into the dark of you. If a scene starts to gather, a room assembling its corners, a road remembering where it goes, light arriving from nowhere in particular, let it gather at its own speed, the way the cluster turns, nobody deciding, everything moving. And if you find, at some soft, unmarked moment, that you're standing inside it, that the gathering finished, and you're there in the room on the road, in the light, then let the noticing be as quiet as everything else has been. A hum, not a shout. A board without a launching as before, arrived without a door. Look down when you think of it and find your hands, they'll be there, they're always willing, and rub them slowly together, palm on palm, and feel how the warmth of them steadies everything around you like a hand on a shivering animal. Touch whatever's near. Wood, cloth, the cool of a wall. The dream thickens where you touch it, the way honey thickens in the cold. And if the edges ever start to thin and pale, don't grab, just turn gently once, the slow way the cluster turns, and let the turning wind the scene back around you. And somewhere in the middle of any of it, tonight or a night weeks from now, it keeps. The old question can rise on its own, the one you've been feeding all night. Not urgent. Curious the way sleepy children are curious, already half elsewhere. Could this be a dream? And you'll know the quiet way to ask it properly. Finger and thumb to the nose softly and try one small breath. And if the air slides through as though nothing were there, then you have your answer, and the answer is a warm one, and you receive it the way you'd receive good news you already suspected. No leap, no flare. Excitement is a cold draft through the hive. Stillness keeps everything alive. Just the small inward yes, hands ground. And then the whole sweet stored summer of the dream is yours to walk around in, for as long as you keep the hum low. And if the breath doesn't slide through, if the night says not this time, or says nothing at all, then nothing whatsoever has gone wrong. The comb stays full. The seals soften every single night at this hour forever, and a night that ends in plain deep sleep is a night the hive got richer. Many people find the second attempt kinder than the first, and the 10th kinder than the second. The way a lane gets kinder the more years it carries you home. One finger, then the other, 2 twigs at the end of the branch, and the branch asleep, and the tree asleep, and the ground asleep under the tree. Go down there now, under the orchard. It's allowed. Everything tonight has been a going down, and this is just the next landing. Below the grass, below the frost line, into the dark ground where the roots live, and it isn't empty down there, it isn't even quiet, it's just slow. Roots holding the hill the way sleep holds you without gripping. Seeds lying in the soil in their hard little coats, some of them years old, decades old, waiting with a patience that isn't waiting because nothing in them counts the time. A seed doesn't lie there wondering when. It lies there being entirely a seed, complete, dark, sufficient, and someday water finds it or doesn't, and either way it was never once anxious. That's the ground's whole curriculum, and you're lying on the ground, and it teaches by touch. Be held, be slow. Contain everything you'll ever become and feel no urgency about becoming it. Deeper than the roots, deeper than the seeds, the ground goes on stone, and the dark seams in the stone, and far down, moving through them at the speed of almost nothing, the old water. Water that fell as rain on people who are history now, still on its way somewhere, an inch a day, utterly unbothered. Down there, a century is a reasonable amount of time to cross a field. Down there your whole night, this entire long, soft, snowbound, orchard-scented night is less than a blink, and everything you didn't finish today, everything left open, every list, is so small at that depth that the dark can't even find it to hold it against you. Let the deep water have your sense of time. It's better with time than you are. It's had practice. And notice from down here how far away the surface of you has gotten. The face, the hands, the bed, reports from a distant country, arriving late, mattering little. That's the depth working. That's 5 hours of descent doing what descent does. Heavy is what deep feels like from inside. If the body seems poured, seems set, seems too thick to move, that's not a wall. That's a blanket the night wove out of you. And everything soft in the world is on the other side of it. And the way through is not through, it's down. The hum continues. You don't have to carry it. The carousel of warmth turns, the outer sleepers drifting in, the warm ones drifting out, and you somewhere in the slow of it, carried. One finger to the other, for only the idea of them, the idea is plenty now. Sweetness loosening in the comb, old summers finding their way out into the dark of you. If one of them takes shape around you, step in the way honey pours, slowly, entirely, without a sound. And if you surface for a moment, If the night bobs you up and you find yourself briefly aware of the pillow, the room, the hour, no matter at all. Surfacing is part of floating. Don't check anything, don't count anything, don't open your eyes. Just find the two fingers or the memory of them, give them their small alternation for a little while like coals raked over, and go back down the way you came. The lane knows you now. The orchard keeps your place. Second descents are faster and softer than first ones. The ground remembers your shape. You're allowed to fall completely. There is no part of this that needs you awake for it. The roots hold the hill. The seeds keep their counsel. The old water crosses its field, an inch tonight, an inch tomorrow, arriving all the same. And through all of it, faint as the hive's pilot light, the one small warmth at the center of you stays lit, not watching, not waiting, just warm, so that if a dream comes to stand quietly at the edge of you, the way deer come to the edge of an orchard at night, something in you will simply know it's there. That's all the knowing has to do. Know softly and step nearer softly and let the dream decide it isn't afraid of you. Deer do come at this hour. Somewhere above you in the real orchard in the actual dark, they're threading between the trunks right now on legs like patience itself, lowering their heads to the windfalls, lifting them to listen, and the night holds so still around them that their calm becomes the orchard's calm. Nothing that careful is ever in danger. Move through your own dark the way they move, unhurried, listening, ready to be delighted and refusing to be startled. If a scene lifts its head and looks straight at you, look back gently, and neither of you runs. One to the other. So faint now, it may only be the hum wearing your fingers for a while. The comb gives up another drop. The dark of you gets a little sweeter. This is how the hours pass at the bottom of the night, not counted, poured. And nothing is asked of you, truly nothing. The orchard doesn't need tending, the hives keep their own warmth. The ground has held heavier things than you and called them light. Whatever you are responsible for belongs to morning, and morning is a country you don't have a ticket to yet, and the border is closed, and the closing of it is a kindness. Here there is only the turning warmth, and the slow sweetness, and the two twigs at the end of the branch, and the deer moving through it all like soft, dark thoughts the night is having about itself. You may already be dreaming. That's the truth of this hour. The line is a shoreline in fog, and you can be over it without one wet footprint. So carry the question loose in your pocket like a smooth stone. Could this be a dream not asked with the mind, just fingered, the way you'd worry a stone smooth on a walk? And if ever the world around you answers strangely, a lamp too bright for its bulb, a door where the wall was, breath sliding through a pinched nose like the nose forgot its job, then smile inside and warm your hands together and touch the nearest solid thing, and stay. No prize was ever won by leaping. This one is won by standing quietly inside it, the way you'd stand in a snowless orchard full of deer, moving nothing, keeping everything. Down another floor. There are always more floors. That's the secret the ground keeps. It never says how deep it goes, because it doesn't end, it just gets slower, and slower is the same as deeper, and deeper is the same as safer, all the way down. The hum, the turning, the pour. Somewhere above, the last light in the last window of you has gone from ember to dark, and nobody misses it, because the dark isn't the absence of the house, it's the house resting. Rooms don't stop being rooms at night. You don't stop being you down here. You're just being you the way the orchard is being an orchard. Without leaves, without effort, everything essential drawn down and held warm below the line where weather happens. Let the breath go on without an owner in, like something arriving on its own schedule out, like something excused early. Let the heart keep its small, unsupervised drum, way off, 2 fields away, steady as a thing that has never once needed reminding. And let the 2 fingers, if they're still anywhere you can find them, press their almost nothing, one, then the other, like the last 2 notes of a song the player fell asleep in the middle of, going on by themselves, softer each round, not because anything is failing, but because the song is arriving at the part that was always written in silence. There is a river that moves under ice all winter, and no one sees it move. The surface holds still, white and quiet, and the country walks over it and calls it frozen, calls it finished, and all the while underneath, the water is going on slow, dark, unhurried, carrying what it carries without a sound. You are like that now. The surface of you has gone still. Anyone looking would say, asleep, done, closed for the season. And underneath, something clear and patient keeps moving at its own pace, needing no light to know its way. Let that be the picture that holds you for a while, not a picture to work at, just the one that's true. The stillness on top is real. The moving underneath is real. They don't argue, they never have. The ice doesn't grip the river, it rests on it, the way your stillness rests on your breathing, the way the dark rests on your eyes. And if the 2 fingers still exist anywhere down there, under the ice, under the winter of the hand, they can be 2 reeds at the edge of the water bending, one, then the other, not because any wind asks them to, but because bending is what reeds rehearse all their lives, so gently the river can't tell if they moved or only meant to. That's all the movement that's left in the world. 2 reeds, an intention of bending. Everything else is ice and slow water and the long white silence of a field at night. The breath fogs somewhere far above you and doesn't belong to you anymore. In, a little winter arriving. Out, a little winter leaving. The chest rises the way ice creaks, rarely, faintly, a sound the night makes to itself and forgets. You could be dreaming already. Under ice, who could say, the light down here is the same either way, that soft, sourceless grey dark that water keeps in winter, and the question doesn't need answering, only carrying. Could this be a dream? Let it drift downstream ahead of you like a leaf that fell through a hole in the ice months ago and never touched bottom. It travels. You travel. Neither of you hurries. And if some night the answer floats back upstream, a window glowing where no window was, a breath that slips easily through a nose held closed, the peculiar painless brightness that dreams use for daylight, then you'll know what to do because you've known for hours. Go quiet inside. Warm one hand with the other. Press a palm to whatever is nearest and let its texture tell you it will hold. The dream stays for the calm ones. It always has. Somewhere downstream there is a ferry that crosses in the dark, and this is the hour it crosses. You don't have to board it. You may already be aboard. That's the way of this ferry. It never asks for a ticket. It never announces the far bank. It just eases off from the near one so smoothly that passengers go on believing they're standing on land. Feel that if you can feel anything, the almost nothing of departure. Not motion exactly, more like the memory of the shore loosening its hold. The bed pushed off some time ago. The room is water now, black and wide and warm despite the season, and the crossing takes exactly as long as the rest of the night, and no one has ever fallen from this ferry, because falling and crossing are the same thing here. On the far bank, don't look for it, just know it, there are lights, small ones. They come and go the way lights do at a great distance over water, a flicker, a smear of gold, a shape that might be a doorway and might be nothing. Those are the first pictures the sleeping mind makes, and they are yours, and the only rule of watching them is the old rule. Watch like a passenger, not a pilot. Lean on the railing of yourself. Let the lights do what lights do. If one of them grows, if a smear becomes a lamp becomes a street unrolls itself into somewhere you could stand. You don't have to leap the railing. The ferry docks by itself. The scene slides up under your feet like a tide, going the wrong way, gently, and one moment you are watching a place, and the next you are in it, and no seam will show where the water ended. And if instead the light stays small all the way across, that's a fine crossing too. Most crossings are made in the dark, start to finish, and the sleep on the other side is deep and clean and does its own quiet work on you, and nothing was missed, and nothing was owed. The body may feel moored now, heavy in a new way, roped almost, as if the night tied it politely to the dock so it wouldn't drift while you crossed. If that heaviness thickens, if the arms feel sewn to the sheet, if the chest feels leaned on, if you reach for a movement and find the rope holds, let it hold. This is only the mooring. The body ties itself down every night of your life so the dreamer can travel light, and tonight you're simply awake enough at the dock to watch the knot being tied. A rare thing, a near thing, a sign the crossing is close. Nothing needs untying. Don't pull against it. Breathe thin and easy through it. Let your attention go soft as fog on the water, and the rope will either dissolve into sleep or the far bank will arrive under you, lit and ready. Both ends of that rope are kind. One reed, then the other. So slight now, the river has stopped keeping track. There is a lighthouse somewhere out on the black water, and its beam comes around only rarely, long, slow revolutions, whole minutes of dark between passes. That's what these words have become, if you're still hearing them at all, the beam. It swings past, touches you briefly, moves on. It isn't checking on you. It isn't asking anything. It's just the night's way of saying, at long intervals, still here, still safe, still crossing. And between the passes, the dark is complete, and complete dark over water is one of the oldest safeties there is. Every sailor asleep below decks has trusted it. Every crossing since the first one has been mostly made of it. Let the intervals lengthen. Let whole passages of dark go by unlit. You don't need the beam to hold your place. The water holds it. The night holds it. Your place was never in danger of being lost. Down where you are now, sound behaves differently. Words arrive the way they arrive underwater, rounded, slowed, their edges worn off, more pressure than speech. So take these as pressure only, a soft weight passing over you at long intervals. You don't need the meanings anymore. The meanings all said the same thing anyway. Heavier, safer, allowed they can stop being sentences and just be the tide of a voice going out. And in the long dark between the beams, if a dream starts building itself around you, and they build the way harbors build in fog, a bell first, then a smell of rope and tar, then the whole waterfront swung into place as if it had always been there, walk into it the way you'd walk onto a dock you own. Unsurprised, unhurried, curious the way an owner is curious. What's come in tonight? And should the boards feel thin under you, should the fog start taking the harbor back, hands, always hands. Rub them together until they're warm and the warmth is louder than the fading. Look at them the way you'd look at old friends met far from home. Touch a piling, a railing, a wall. The dream will remember its own solidity if you remind it once calmly, the way you'd steady a table with one finger. And if it fades anyway, turn once where you stand, slow as the lighthouse turns, and let the turning wind a new scene around you like rope around a capstan. And if nothing rewinds and the dark comes back, the dark was always the harbor these harbors sit in. You've lost nothing. The water carries you on. There will be other bells. Far off now, everything far off. The heartbeat has become a boy heard from below. That soft interval clang the water swallows most of the breath has become weather over the surface. None of your business, arranged for you by the same authority that arranges tides. And the two fingers, the two reeds, the two whatever they are now, may be just two darker threads in the general dark. Go on trading their almost nothing back and forth, a signal so faint the night keeps it more out of fondness than need. Somewhere a needle is passing through cloth. That's the new smallest sound in the world. Now that everything else has settled, some mending going on in a back room of the night, unhurried, stitch after stitch, it's you being mended. It's always been you. This is what the deep hours are for, the long seam of the day taken in, the worn places reinforced, the tear you didn't know you had closed up with thread so fine morning will never find it. You don't have to hold still for it, you already are. You don't have to trust it. It doesn't require trust. It just requires night. And there's so much night left, whole bolts of it, dark yardage unrolling. Stitch and stitchy. The same rhythm as the fingers. Everything down here keeps the same rhythm eventually. The reeds, the needle, the boy, the beam. One slow pulse, passed hand to hand through the dark like a lantern along a line of people you'll never see, all of them tending your sleep without your name. If you surface briefly, if some sound from the daylight world drops through the ice, a pipe ticking, a far car, the house adjusting its shoulders, let it fall past you like something dropped overboard. Watch it sink. It's not addressed to you. Nothing is addressed to you until morning, and even then morning will knock politely and wait, and a surfacing is never a failure. The river rises against the ice 100 times a night and slides back down without a scratch. Rise, touch, sink. If you find yourself awake enough to notice being awake, there's a door there too. The fingers know the way back by heart now, one, then the other, and the second descent is nearly always smoother than the first. The water already warmed by your earlier passage, the route already learned. No shame lives at this depth. It can't breathe down here. Only the slow water and the mending and the beam coming around less and less often, and the permission, which was never a permission granted so much as a fact remembered. You are allowed to fall completely, not partway, not carefully, completely the way anchors are allowed, the way snow is allowed onto water, arriving and dissolving in the same soft act. Let the last passenger railing go. Let the ferry become the water, and the water become the dark, and the dark become the ordinary velvet inside of you. There's a stretch of the crossing, every ferryman knows it, no map marks it, where the near bank has fully gone and the far one hasn't come, and the boat is nowhere, held by nothing, and it is the safest water of the whole night. You're in it now. Nowhere is the deepest berth there is. Nothing can find you to need you. Nothing can call you by name, because names stay ashore with the shoes and the daylight and the lists. What's left of you is what water can hold: warmth, weight, the small trading of the reeds, the stitch of the mending, the far bell enough, more than enough. A whole self travel-sized. One reed. The other. And if a dream is assembling out there in the between, let it assemble at its own speed. Dreams built slow stand longest. Yours is being built by the same crew that builds harbors in fog, and they work best unobserved, and the whole thing costs you nothing but the sleep you were spending anyway. When it's ready, you'll be let in without a key. And you'll know the trick of the place by then, because you've carried it all night like a coin in a wet pocket. Ask it gently once, could this be a dream? And let the world answer in its own dialect. Light's too kindly, gravity negotiable, breath where breath shouldn't be. And answer its answer with calm, only calm, the coin turned over once and put away, the hands warmed, the ground touched, the beautiful nowhere-built streets walked slowly, like an owner, like a guest, like water finding its level in a new country. The needle rests in the cloth a while. The beam takes a whole long minute of dark before it comes around again. Even the boy sounds like it's dreaming now, the interval stretching, the clang gone furry at the edges, more remembered than heard. This is the hour when the night itself gets sleepy, when the machinery that runs the dark, the tides, the beams, the mendings slows toward its own rest, and everything scheduled becomes everything drifting, and the whole apparatus of your sleeping is revealed to have been, all along, just other sleepers, holding hands in the dark, passing the one lantern. You can let go of your section of the line. It holds without you. It was always holding you, not the other way around. Deeper then, since deeper is the only direction the water knows. The ice a mile back, the ferry a story the water tells, the reeds so far upstream now they bend in another county, one, the other, faithful as dripping, faint as the difference between a thing and the thought of it. And you down here, becoming what the deep makes of everyone it keeps. Something simpler and warmer than a person, a warmth with a slow pulse in it, a held thing, held the way riverbeds hold rivers, without arms, without effort, just by being the shape that water was always going to lie down in. If the dream comes, step in quietly. If the sleep comes instead, it was the better boat tonight. If neither comes and there is only this, the dark, the depth, the slow trade of almost nothing between two fingers, you've long since lost the address of, then this was always enough, and more than enough, and the night has hours yet, patient hours, hours with your name nowhere in them. The water turns over once, the whole dark length of it, slow as a sleeper turning, and settles again, deeper than before, with you folded somewhere inside the turn like a letter, the night is keeping to read later. The lantern passes down the line, hand to hand, away from you now, its light getting small among the others. And the dark it leaves behind isn't emptier. It's finished. The way a bed is finished, when the sleeper finally stops holding any shape at all and lets the warmth decide. One reed somewhere, bending toward the other, or only meaning to. And the river, which has carried heavier all winter and called it nothing, carries that too, the bend, the meaning, the small warm freight of you, on down through the dark of the country, under every bridge, past every sleeping town, unwitnessed, unhurried, exactly on time for nowhere. And somewhere above all that water, higher than the night usually bothers to go, it has started to snow. Not here, not on you. On a high plain somewhere, a plateau of dry grass and old stone where nobody lives anymore, where the wind has had the place to itself for so long it's stopped performing. The snow comes down there the way sleep is coming down here, without an announcement, without a first flake anyone could point to. One moment the dark is only dark, and the next it has a texture, a soft static, a slow descending patience filling all the air between the ground and the clouds. You don't have to go there. You're already the kind of thing snow falls through now, loose, unfenced, mostly dark yourself. On that plain there's a building, one building, a small observatory whitewashed once, gone grey as the grass, its dome shut like an eye that's seen enough for 1 century. Inside, an astronomer fell asleep years ago in a wooden chair, and the story goes that nobody ever woke him because nobody could think of a reason good enough. The telescope still lanes at the last angle he gave it. The charts still lie open on the desk, stars inked by hand, each one a small deliberate wound of attention in the paper, and the dust that covers everything is not neglect. It's the room keeping still so as not to disturb him. That's the whole discipline of this hour, everything keeping still so as not to disturb the sleeper it loves. Your body has learned it. Feel how professional your stillness has become, the legs filed away, the back given wholly to the mattress, no clauses held out, the face slack as the astronomer's face, that particular smoothness of a person who stopped supervising themselves long ago. Only the 2 fingers still hold their appointment, and even they have gone half-legend by now, a rumor of motion out at the end of an arm you'd have to be told you own. One, the other. So faint it could be the pulse, it could be the snow, it could be nothing at all, and nothing at all would be doing the job just as well. Inside the dome there's a slit, a narrow opening the astronomer never closed, and through it 1 band of sky has been visible every night for years. A single ribbon of stars wheeling past the gap, slow as honey tipped in winter. The stars don't know they're being watched by an empty telescope. They cross the slit one at a time, unhurried, each taking its turn in the narrow light, and something about that has always seemed enough, that the watching goes on whether or not anyone is behind the eye. Your awareness is like that now. Nobody has to be behind it. It can just be an open slit in a sleeping dome, a thin ribbon of noticing that the night crosses at its own pace. If a dream drifts across the gap, a color, a room, a road already half built, you don't have to leap for the eyepiece, just let it cross. If it lingers, if it widens, if it opens like a door instead of passing like a star, then you can lean in, quiet as dust, and be inside it before either of you has said a word. The snow thickens on the plain. It lands on the dome and hushes it further, a second roof. A softer skull, it lands in the dry grass, and the grass gives up its last small rattling and stands perfectly still, each blade wearing its own thin coat of quiet. By morning, the whole plateau will be 1 unbroken page. But morning is a country you have no visa for tonight. Tonight there is only the falling, and the falling has hours in it. And if somewhere in this, your body has gone strange on you, if it feels less like a body and more like a weight of warm sand poured into the shape of one, if there's a heaviness lying over you like 6 inches of that snow, gentle but absolute, that is not something going wrong. That is the night doing its deepest work, the muscles handed over to sleep a little ahead of the mind, the way the plain goes white before the dome does. It's the surest sign of how close you are. You don't dig out of snow like that. You let it finish falling, and you go where the warmth is, which is down, which is in. One, the other. 2 flakes now, that rhythm. 2 flakes taking turns arriving on the same stone, so light the stone will never know. Under the observatory, because everything worth anything has an under, there's a cellar the astronomer kept, cut into the rock, dry and dark, and exactly 1 temperature all year. And in it, apples, rows of them on slatted shelves, wrapped each in its twist of paper, laid down one autumn and never collected. The cellar smells of them still. That sweetness that isn't sugar but time, apples remembering the orchard in the dark, slowly, at cellar speed, each one a small red thought the year had and decided to keep. You could be stored like that. You are being stored like that, wrapped in your own paper of blankets, laid on the shelf of the bed, breathing at cellar speed, keeping. Nothing is expected of a kept thing. It doesn't ripen for anyone. It just holds its sweetness in the dark and lets the winter walk by overhead in its big soft boots. And here, quietly, without sitting up inside yourself, you can ask it once more, the old question, worn smooth as a cellar step by now. Is this a dream already? Don't answer with your eyes. Don't answer with a single muscle above the wrist. Just hold the question the way the cellar holds the apples. No pressure, no hurry, a long, cool curiosity. If you want, let the two fingers you've nearly forgotten drift toward the bridge of the nose in thought only, the idea of the pinch, the ghost of the test, and notice what the breath does. If air moves where no air should, then the walls here are dream walls, and you may push through them as slowly as you like, out into whatever the night has been building while you drifted. And if the breath is honest and stopped, then you're still on this side, still being kept, still sweetening, and that is not a failure. That's the shelf doing its job, and the fingers go back to their two soft flakes, one the other. And the question folds itself away like paper, ready whenever you want it, never demanding to be wanted. The snow keeps on. It's crossed from weather into landscape now, the fences gone to soft suggestions, the road a memory the plane is choosing not to have. Somewhere a hair moves through it in long quiet commas and stops, and its stopping is total, ears and heartbeat and all, the way only wild things and sleepers can stop, you and the hair then, the two best stoppers in the county. And the dome and the sleeping astronomer and the ribbon of stars going by the slit unwatched and unbothered, Orion wading past in his old belt, the little cluster like spilled salt, the slow red one that has been almost finished for 10,000 years and is in no hurry at all, and neither are you. Deeper now, deeper the way cellars are deeper than planes, the way keeping is deeper than falling. The sounds of the world have gone to wool. Whatever the house does around you, its ticks, its settlings, its small nocturnal economies, arrives wrapped in paper too, each noise an apple of itself, sweet and distant, and none of your business. The ears are the last lights on in the building, and even they are down to a glow, a doorman drowsing at his post, waving everything through without checking a single name. One, the other. Or was it the other first? You've lost the order. Good. The order was scaffolding, and buildings this far along stand without it. Whatever is still trading places out there at the end of the arm. A movement, a memory of a movement, a flake, a star crossing a slit. It needs no foreman. It's the kind of work that finishes itself, has been finishing itself for a long while now, patient as inked stars, faithful as snow. If a dream is forming, and at this hour this deep, something usually is, it won't come with trumpets. It comes the way the cellar smell comes, already around you before you notice. You'll simply find yourself somewhere. On the white plain maybe, walking without cold. In the dome with the astronomer's chair somehow warm. In a room you've never rented in a city that doesn't exist, holding a key that fits, and when the finding happens, be a good guest of it. No shout, no grab. Move like the dust moves in the observatory, settling, curious, weightless. Feel one thing with your dream hands, the grain of the desk, the paper twist around an apple, the cold iron of the telescope going warm under your palm. Look at those hands a moment, the way you'd look at a chart of stars. Here I am, plotted, real enough to read. And if the plane starts to whiten out at the edges, if the room begins to thin like breath on glass, don't clutch, turn slowly. A full soft turn like the dome swiveling to a new patch of sky, and let the scene pour itself back in around you as you come around. Calm is the whole craft of it. The dream stays for the calm, the way the hair stays for the stillness. And if instead you simply sleep, plain, dreamless, delicious sleep, the kind the astronomer has been enjoying for years, then tonight the seller wins, and the seller deserves to win some nights. The practice is not wasted. It's laid down in you like the apples, wrapped and rowed, and some other night, this week, this month, it will come ripe on its own, and you'll find yourself lucid mid-dream with no effort at all, wondering why it feels so much like a place you'd already been. That's how this works. Slowly, kindly, on the sleep side of trying. The snow is past its thickest now. The flakes come farther apart, bigger, slower, each one taking the long spiral route down as if the air were reluctant to hand them over. That's the hour changing gear again. Even the storm is drowsy. Even the falling falls asleep. A one flake is then, after a while, another. And the plane doesn't count them. The plane just wears them. Far off, so far it's more direction than sound. A train crosses the bottom of the night. You'd never hear it awake. It's one of those sounds that only exist at this depth. A long, low grain moving through the ground, freight cars full of nothing urgent, going somewhere flat and dark on rails that hum for a minute after, and then forget. The astronomer used to time his winding of the clocks to that train. Now nobody winds anything, and the train passes anyway, and the clocks sleep at whatever hour they liked best. You can keep the train if you want it. Some sleepers like a thing that moves while they don't let it carry the last of what you're holding. The day, the name, the small anxieties riding in their labeled crates. Off across the plain, lights dimmed, no whistle, delivering everything to the far dark where held things go to be held by something bigger. You're allowed to fall completely now. You've been allowed all night, but now the allowance is the only instruction left. There is no part of this that still needs you. The snow lands without supervision. The stars cross the slit alone. The apples keep. The train hums itself over the horizon. The two fingers, wherever they are, whoever's they are by now, trade their almost nothing back and forth like the last two words of a conversation neither speaker needs to finish. A one, the other, and under it all, under the plane and the cellar and the rails, the warmth you've made in this bed goes on being the truest fact in the county, a pocket of summer buried in the night. A lit window seen from very far away by no one. If the dream comes to that window, it will come in quietly, the way snow comes into grass, and you'll be there, or you'll be sleep, and both of those are you, and both of those are exactly what this hour was for. The dome stands. The snow slows to single flakes, minutes apart, each one landing like a word placed at the end of a very long sentence. The astronomer, deep in his decades of rest, turns his face a fraction toward the slit, toward the ribbon of stars, the way sleepers turn toward warmth, and whatever he's dreaming has telescopes in it, you can be sure, and skies that let themselves be read. And the hair somewhere unstops itself and moves on, 3 soft commas and gone. Nothing is coming, nothing is owed. The night has taken over every duty you ever thought was yours and is performing them all better than waking ever did, breathing you, warming you, keeping the thin ribbon of watching open just in case something beautiful crosses it. One earth, the other earth. Far apart now, flakes at the end of a snowfall, stars at the edge of a chart so light, so seldom, that the difference between them and pure sleep is only a rumor now, a border drawn in fog, a line the map gave up on. And if you cross it without noticing, most travelers do, the plain goes with you. The white goes with you. The kept sweetness and the low train and the open slit of sky, all of it folds into the dark you're becoming and travels down inside you like provisions, like everything a dream could possibly need to build with. So build then, or be built into, or only lie here white and finished as the plain, wearing the night one flake at a time. The last star of the ribbon crosses the slit, it takes its time in the narrow dark, and hands the gap to the next one, which is minutes away yet, unhurried, certain, already on its way. And you don't need to wait for it. That's the last thing the sky has to teach tonight, that the gap between stars is not an absence. It's the dark doing its share of the shining. The slit stays open. The chart stays patient. Whatever crosses next will cross whether or not anyone is watching, and it will be no less itself for arriving unobserved. That's you now crossing, unobserved, no less yourself. The snow on the dome has stopped keeping count of itself. Somewhere in the last few minutes it went from falling to fallen, from weather to landscape, and nobody marked the moment. That's how the good changes happen, the ones that keep. You went the same way a while back, from lying down to laying, from resting to rest. There was no border post, there never is. And far down in the warm of you, so far down it's more memory than motion, the 2 fingers still hold their little office, not working anymore, just holding it. The way a lighthouse keeper holds a coastline in winter when no ships comes present, unlit half the time, faithful anyway. One oath, as the other oath. And honestly, at this depth, you couldn't testify to either of them. You couldn't say under oath whether anything moved, or meant to move, or only remembered meaning to. Good, that uncertainty is the whole craft. That not knowing is the doorway standing open. A movement you can't verify is a movement the dream can claim as its own. And the dream is very close now, close enough to be reading over your shoulder, learning the rhythm, getting ready to take dictation. Let it, whatever it writes, let it. If the fingers become piano keys, let them. If they become the astronomer's hands adjusting brass wheels in the dark, let them. If they become 2 railroad signals swapping red and green across a snowy junction no train will reach till morning, let them, let them. Every one of those is your rhythm wearing a costume, and every costume is an invitation. And if, only ever if, some soft edge of you notices the costume, notices that the piano has too many keys, or the brass wheels turn without hands, or the snow is falling upward past the signals, then you know the old, quiet question. It doesn't even need words anymore. It's just a tilt of attention, a nose held gently somewhere, a breath that comes through anyway, impossible and easy. And if the breath comes through, calm, calm, calm as the plane, warm your hands together, look at them. Touch whatever the dream has made, snow, brass, key, rail, and feel it hold your weight. It will hold. And if the picture thins like breath on glass, turn gently on your heel, slow as the dome turns, and let the scene pour itself back in around you. But that's all provision. Provisions for a journey that makes itself. You don't have to remember any of it, because the part of you that travels never forgets. And if instead you've surfaced a little just now, if these words found you more awake than you'd like, eyes closed but mind lifting, that's fine. That is completely fine. It's a long night and the night grades nothing. Just settle back into the heaviness, the way snow settles back after a gust. Find one finger then, in your own time the other, and let the rhythm carry you down again. Second descents go faster. The path is already broken through the snow. There, however you are, that's the right way to be. The cellar is going now. Did you feel it go? Not gone like lost, gone like finished, like a book closed with the reader smiling. The apples will keep till morning and past it. The sweetness is banked. The dark down there has your warmth's own signature. It doesn't need holding anymore. Set it down. The train went a while ago. You knew that. The hum it left behind has been absorbed into the general hum of the earth turning, which is a sound nobody has ever heard and everybody has always slept inside of. Set that down too. The hair is asleep, even the hair, folded somewhere under a white ledge with its heartbeat slowed to something a winter can approve of. Its three soft commas have ended in a period somewhere out on the plain, and the sentence they were punctuating is complete. The astronomer keeps the dome, or the dome keeps him. It stopped mattering decades ago. His charts are full of gaps, and the gaps are full of patience. Leave him the sky. He knows what to do with it. Which leaves almost nothing, which leaves exactly what you need. A bed's worth of warmth in a county of snow, a breath going in and out with no one operating it. A thread, one thread, spider silk, moonlit, running from the warm of you out through the dark, not pulling, not even taut, just there, just in case something beautiful takes hold of the far end. One O's. The other O's. So far apart now, they're practically strangers. Two flakes falling a field apart, two stars in different charts. And the softness between them is the widest, kindest country you have ever crossed. Everything from here is yours. I mean that completely. The plane, if you want a plane. The dome and its ribbon of sky, if you'd rather wake inside a dream of stars. Some other place entirely that none of these words guessed at, a summer, a shoreline, a house you've never seen that knows you anyway. The night will build from whatever you brought down with you, and you brought down plenty, warmth and rhythm, and one small standing question with no alarm in it, and permission, all the permission there is. If a dream forms, step into it quietly, the way you'd step into a lit kitchen late at night. No announcement, no ceremony, just in, just warm, just yours. And if you know it for a dream, hold that knowing the way you'd hold something sleeping, gently so it stays. And if you never know, if the whole night passes as plain deep sleep, snowfall with no watcher, then the practice sank in deeper than noticing, and it will surface some other night, easily, when it's ready. This works the way snow works. Nothing tonight is wasted. Every flake counts toward the field. So I'm going to stop steering now. There's nothing left to steer. The words will space themselves out like the last flakes, and then they'll stop, and the quiet that follows won't be an ending. It will be the same room, the same warmth, the same slow breath, just undescribed. Yours without commentary. The best things are. You're allowed to fall completely. You're allowed to keep one candle of watching lit, no bigger than a fingertip. You're allowed both at once. Sleepers do it all the time. It's the oldest trick there is, older than the charts, older than the plane. The breath goes on without you. That's it, like that. The warmth goes on without you. The rhythm, if it's anywhere now, goes on without you. Handed over, carried, kept. A one. The other. Or was it no matter at all? Snow on a dome. Stars through a slit, one at a time, minutes apart forever. A lit window far off that turns out to be yours. Softer. Softer. There. Good night, traveler. The field is yours. one finger, the other, so soft you can't tell if it's moving. You're allowed to fall completely. Everything is held. If a dream is forming, step into it quietly. Could this be a dream? Ask it gently. No hurry. The rhythm continues on its own now. You don't have to carry it. nothing to do. You're exactly where you should be. If you notice the dream, stay calm, rub your hands, look at them. Heavy is good. Heavy means it's working. Let it be heavy. Pinch the nose softly in the dream. If breath comes through, you're there. Back awake for a moment. That's fine, drift down again. The path is open. If the scene thins, turn gently, let it pour back in. one finger, then the other, lighter than thinking. The snow keeps falling. You don't have to watch it. Whatever you find, touch it, feel it hold your weight. A dream may be near, no need to reach, it comes to you. So warm, so held, nothing is owed. Still here, still yours, sleep on.